Okay, I think we're live.
Hello.
Hi, Tina. Thanks for joining us.
Hello.
Hi, everybody.
Are you going to post about it on your Instagram?
Yes, let me do that right now, actually. Ready? Okay. I always feel bad when I'm watching other people's sprints and I take a photo of them and I like catch them in weird moments. Yeah.
When they're like looking like or something like that.
Yeah.
You're like, wow, I did them dirty.
Yeah.
But you're like, at least I look good. It's okay.
That's what matters.
Yeah. Hello.
Hi, Lyra. I'm still posting on Instagram.
I figured. I figured you weren't just like, I'm just going to sit here.
There we go. Okay, have you ever, this is gonna sound really gross, kind of, but do you ever just get like meat sweats? Like I just feel like I ate too much meat and I'm regretting it now because I feel like when I go to sleep, I'm just gonna get meat sweats and I'm not gonna be able to sleep.
That doesn't happen to me because I'm vegetarian, so I don't have that problem.
I'm
But
sorry, I didn't know
get sweat sometimes. Like when I have some really sharp cheese, like I'll sweat. So
I'm lactose intolerant, so I can't eat a lot of cheese. All the milk that I drink is oat milk. I get really gassy. It's really bad.
Yeah, I switched to oat milk and all that stuff, but I really like pizza with regular cheese. So that's pretty much where I get my cheese from.
Me too. What are y'all reading? Let us know in the comments.
Yes. I still don't know what I'm going to read. I have so many books around me. I'm just like, which one do I pick? It's always so stressful picking your next book.
I know. What's calling to you?
I feel like, well, let me get the dust jacket. Okay. I feel like this one is the one that's calling to me, but I don't know. I don't know what the genre is, so I'm kind of like,
I think it's like literary contemporary, maybe. Yeah.
I'll look it up.
I've heard great things about it, and I've been really wanting to read it. I just don't have it. So it looks like Lyra's reading 10 by Gretchen McNeil. She just started it. Is that a thriller?
Yeah, it's kind of like, I don't know if it's YA, but it's about all these people on an island who die one by one, kind of. I don't know. Something like that.
That sounds fun. I really need to read more thrillers, and I wish I had more of them. But my problem with buying thrillers is that I feel like once I read them once, I'm never going to reread them again. And I'm like, why do I need to buy them? You know?
Yeah, because if you already know the twist, then it's like I would never go back and read it again.
Yeah, but I really like them. It's the genre that I read when I'm in a reading slump. If I'm in a reading slump, I always go back to thrillers, and it gets me back into reading no matter what.
Yeah, gotta have something fast paced.
Hi, Mare.
Hello.
Guess what I'll be starting today? Wait. And then we can talk about it.
Didn't she just upload her her reading vlog for it?
I need to go watch it after I'm finished because I started it and then I was like, what? Because I was going to read it later on in the month. So I was like, it's fine. I'll just watch Mare's vlog. By the time I read it, I'll forget about it. But then I'm like, no, I might start it anytime soon. So Lyra says thrillers are excellent for slumps. Agreed. I'm reading Barbarian's Touch by Ruby Dixon. That's a romance, right?
Yes.
Yeah. I've been trying to get into romances. It's my least read genre, and I
Hmm.
haven't had good luck. Everything just is average for me, and it makes me just want to put down that genre, but it's fine. I'm gonna keep going, and I know I'm going to find a trope that I like or a book that I like, and it's gonna happen.
I tried a lot of romance last month, and there were a lot of subpar ones, but there were some that I really liked. You just have to find out what you want in your romance. Do you want steaminess? Do you want, like, I don't know. It just all depends. Or do you want it to just be romance or something else? And I don't really read historical romance, so that's one genre I don't think I'll ever get into.
I think I like fantasy with romance, or that's so far what I've seen that I really enjoy. Everything else, I'm like, no. Hi,
Hello.
Ben. I'm so excited too. I don't know if Lyra's reading it. I feel bad now because I told her I wasn't going to pick it up right after. But Lyra, if you also want to read Chain of Iron, we can still talk about it. Oh, okay. This is good though because she reads so much faster than me. We were budding reading Chain of Gold, and she was in like chapter 16, and I was in chapter 5, and I was like, oops, my bad. Let me catch up. I will.
Yeah.
I'll finish it, then go watch. Are you going to be graduating soon, Mare? I know that I think you mentioned you're moving to Florida at some point. Hi, thanks for joining us.
I love your name.
Oh, by the way, do you want to introduce yourself, Sarah?
I guess so. Hello, my name is Sarah, and I'm from the channel Sarah's Shelves. I read a little bit of everything. Haven't really found my genre yet, but yeah, I'm just trying to post more videos, trying to post more frequently, but it's been a struggle. But hopefully, I'll be posting more often pretty soon.
It's honestly so stressful to post sometimes. We were just talking about it offline, how we both haven't filmed our January and February TBRs, and it's just stressful.
Yeah.
Ooh, that's so exciting. I'm excited for you and for you to move to Florida and get to be around alligators and crocodiles and pools and stuff. That's like all I know about Florida. Cool. So, what are you going to read? Did you decide?
I think I am just gonna start All the Ugly and Wonderful Things, and then if I don't like it, I'll just move on to something else. Maybe I'll try a chapter in our first sprint of different books, and then figure out what I'm gonna read from there.
I think I'm going to start Chain of Iron too. What do y'all prefer, by the way? We were either thinking 30 or 40-minute sprints. Do you have a preference? Do you not? Let us know in the comments.
Yes.
Yeah. I always feel so awkward doing these too.
I've got my coffee here. What are you drinking?
I'm drinking a cab. I thought, why not?
I feel like I might get a glass of wine in the next sprint, but who knows?
Yes, join the dark side. I don't know how you're drinking coffee at 7 p.m.
It's actually 8 p.m. for me. So
What?
I have a messed up sleep schedule, so it's whatever. I'm just like, if I can't sleep anyways, coffee's not gonna ruin it. Like, I'm still gonna be up forever.
Might as well. True. All right, Mare said 40, so holding off on. So she says she's not looking forward to gators, and 40 minutes sounds good.
Nice.
Yeah. What better way? We just finished Chain of Gold, so might as well just jump right into the next one. And yes, Sarah, wine.
I'll
What's
do
your
it, I
favorite
promise.
wine, by the way?
My favorite?
Hmm.
I don't really have one. I just kind of, go to the grocery store and I'll like look at I barely ever go to the liquor store for wine. I just like get it while I'm grocery shopping. So I kind
Hmm.
of just like look around. I'm like, what sounds good today? Like I always switch it up, but I really like 19 Crimes red wine. Theirs is like the best red wine to me. And I also really love sparkling wines.
Mm.
So those are my faves.
I haven't tried many sparkling wines. I don't really like sparkling things. Like I don't like champagne. So I.
I love champagne.
Do you like mimosas too?
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
Mhm.
I like mimosas. I just don't like champagne. It's weird. Not on its own, at least.
Have you ever had a screwdriver?
No, what is that?
It's I think it's instead of champagne and orange juice, it's vodka and orange juice. I'm pretty sure.
I need to try that. That sounds good. It sounds more like the kind of drink that I like.
Yeah, maybe you should try that. You might like that better.
Oh, well, I will. Yeah. FOMO. I buy wine that way. I buy based on the pretty. Yeah, I
Yeah.
do too.
Mhm.
But I'm also cheap. So I usually don't buy wines that are over $10. That's
Yeah.
just me. I don't have a very complex tasting, like, taste buds.
Yeah.
Any wine will do basically. So
hmm Yeah, I definitely won't spend more than 10 to 15, depending on how pretty the bottle is, but usually it's like under 10.
yeah. Unless I'm buying it for someone. Like I know if someone's favorite wine is whatever, then I'll just end up
Yeah.
buying them. But for myself, I'm like, I don't need an expensive wine. Like a $5 wine will do the trick for me.
You're
That's
like,
just
yeah.
yeah. Do you have Trader Joe's where you live?
hmm
That's where I get my wine. This one was like $5 and it's really good.
I hear their wine is really good and that it's really cheap. So I really want to try it. I should.
Hmm. Whenever I go to Trader Joe's, I end up like leaving with like 8 or 9 bottles of wine. And everybody thinks I'm gonna have a good time. And it's like, no, I'm just stocking up. I'm not gonna drink them all at once.
Yeah.
I haven't had boxed wine, but I know some people really like slapping the bag. I haven't tried that either.
I think boxed wine gets a bad rap, but it's pretty good. It's really good.
Nice. Exactly. It's all the same. Hi, Angela. What are you gonna be reading? That's where I go to get all my wine.
Nice.
Alrighty. So do we want to start with the 40-minute one?
I'm down.
Okay. So go ahead and start it and we'll meet up back in 40 minutes.
Okay, great.
Cool, cool. Hey y'all, sorry to disrupt your reading or your homework in case of Mare. How was your reading, Sarah?
Okay, so that was like a whole journey for me in that 40 minutes. So basically, my mom and my sister were trying to get a hold of me because they needed me to do something around the house, and I was like, I'm live. What do you want me to do? So that's why I had to step off, and then I got some wine, and
Nice.
then I read the prologue of Una Out of Order. I read the first few pages of like this one, Una, I think.
Mhm.
I read the first page or two of all the Ugly and Wonderful Things, and then I was like, you know what? I don't know. And then I just went back to the project, and I was like, should I start where I left off, or should I start it over? So I just started over. So now I started from the very beginning, and I'm on page 39. So that was like a whole journey.
Nice. Well, hopefully the wine will make the project a little bit better.
Yeah,
How
hopefully.
far were you in before?
I was past page 100 before. So I think I was almost in part 3. So I was on page 140 something. So
That's indication. If a book is boring to me, I usually don't start it from the beginning. I try to pick up in the last chapter and then continue on.
yeah, but I was like, you know what? I really love Sadie, so I really want to give this book a fair chance. I'm like, whatever, I'll just restart it from the beginning and listen to it while I follow along in the book.
That's fair. I feel like also when I'm not really enjoying a book, it's often me. If I'm
Yeah.
not in the mood for a certain book, I have to put it down. If not, I'm just not going to vibe with it the rest of the way.
Mm-hmm.
Nice.
How did you do?
I only read about 30 pages. I got distracted. And I didn't really get distracted by anything. I think I've had too much wine, so I'm just sitting here thinking and I'm trying to read and I can't concentrate on the book. And then my mind just wanders. And it was raining, so I started thinking about the rain and I'm a mess right now.
I love the rain. So sometimes I'm just like, I'll stare at the window, kind of like a Hillary Duff moment, you know, let the rain fall down.
Nice. Throwback.
I totally understand.
I actually went biking today and the weather hates me here. So it was nice and sunny outside for the first time in a very long time. So I told Ben, like, hey, let's go for a bike ride. I think it'll be nice. We went, and 5 minutes in, it started pouring and raining. And we live on a hill, so we had already made it all the way back down.
Mhm.
So by the time it started raining and we came back up, we were soaking wet. It was bad.
Yeah, I saw it on your Insta story, and you had the song Bicycle by Frank Ocean. I was like, I love that song. I don't know anyone else who knows that song.
I love Frank Ocean. It's so good. I'm going to say hi to people that have just come in. So I think we left off here. I really need to read Winter's Orbit, and The Unbroken is another one that really stood out to me.
I've never heard of Winter's Orbit. What's it about?
It's a science fiction fantasy, and I don't know all of the plot details, but everybody that has read it that I've heard from really, really likes it.
Nice.
Maybe Angela can tell us a little bit more about what the plot is. I really just need to try boxed wine too.
Mm-hmm.
Hi, Sav. Looks like she's practicing for her grad school. So do you go to grad school for music? Is that what it is? I'm not sure. But thanks for joining. We want to see you play more violin.
Yes.
Always. Hi, Miriam. Hi, Charmaine. The Killing Moon is another one that I'll be reading later on this month. It's on my TBR. I haven't started it, but it's probably going to be the next one I start after I finish Kindred.
Mm.
Angela loves The Killing Moon too. And it looks like she's having a good time reading it. So submitted one of my assignments, just started my second. Nice.
Yay. Being productive, love it.
Me too. I was always super a procrastinator when I was back in school. I would do assignments like hours before they were due, and it was always so stressful.
Yeah, I'm like, I'm always better under pressure, but am I really? I don't know. I just procrastinate till the last minute.
Same. Thank you. This is actually my office. It's where I work during the day. I don't want to show you the rest of the room because literally the rest of the room is super messy. This is the only controlled section. That happens. That happens to me all of the time. So I actually had to uninstall Discord from my phone because it wouldn't let me sleep. Is I would like follow conversations and I would want to reply, so I just had to completely uninstall it from my phone. It's the one app that really engages me, and I couldn't stay off of it.
I wish you could just turn off the notifications for like one group. Can you do that? I don't know.
I think you can. You can even mute certain channels if you're like in someone's Discord and you don't want to hear about like the music section or the reading sprints. I think you can also mute those individually. I don't know how, but I think you can.
I might try to do that because I just oftentimes will put my phone on silent because things for different book clubs that I'm a part of, but maybe I've skipped that month, for the book, and it just keeps popping up on my phone and I don't read any of them. So I've mainly just turned on the notifications for one of the groups. So I don't know if I can mute the other ones.
I think you can. If someone knows how, please let us know. It would help us a lot.
Yeah, I'm kind of sad too, but I'm giving it the good college try, Like I'm giving it my all. I hope I love it. I know I won't love it as much as Sadie, but
we can hope. How are you liking it, Sav? Are you really enjoying it? Nice. She's still here. She's still practicing with us. This is so we went camping, and this was years ago, and one of our friends brought, I don't know if it was boxed wine or if it was wine in like a bag that he had like put the wine in, but he was trying to slap the bag, and that was the first time I had heard about slapping the bag. I didn't even know what that meant until that time.
It just sounds so funny.
Yeah.
Slapping the bag.
Hi, Marie. What are you reading? Yes, there are more sprints coming. We just started. I don't know how long we're going to go for, but definitely another 2 to 3. It's pretty late for you.
I'm down for anything. Like last night, I was on Deja's live till 5 a.m. in the morning. The night before, I was on Sav's live till like 3 or 4 a.m. So I'm down for anything.
You are a beast. It's all the coffee.
Yeah, all the coffee.
I can't stay up very late anymore. I feel old. Whenever it's like 11 p.m., I'm like, okay, this is my sleeping time. I need to be in bed right now.
I wish. I have insomnia, and I've tried different methods to get myself to sleep. I've tried sleepy time tea. I've tried like those sleep gummies, which kind of worked. I've tried melatonin, but I had a really bad reaction to it.
Oh, no.
And it just doesn't work for me. I can't sleep until the sun comes up, which is like so weird. I'll just lay in bed. It's not like I'm doing anything productive. I'm not like playing games on my phone till that time. Like I literally sit in my bed and I'm just like, I can't sleep until like 5 or 6 a.m. and it sucks.
You should get one of those plant lights that mimic the sun and put it on top of your bed, and maybe with that you'll be able to fall asleep at night.
Maybe.
I don't know.
Just have it set on like the opposite time of when the actual sun comes up, so then I'll be like, oh, the sun's coming up on my clock, like I need to go to sleep.
Exactly. It is very addictive.
Yeah.
I tried to adjust my notifications. I think someone said that you can't.
Mhm.
Oh, but it didn't work. Hi, thanks for joining. They said that you can mute them on the notification settings.
If I can't figure it out, I'll just turn off all the notifications like I had before and then just remind myself to check at least once a day for the one group.
That's fair. That's what I said. I can't do it anymore. I can't stay up till 5.
Yeah, it was 10 hours long because we were already at like 8.5, and then it got to 9, and then I was like, you know what? Let's break double digits. Let's go to 10 hours.
Nice. I love it. Maybe we can do that on a different Sunday. Start super early
Yeah, that'd be
and
so
go
fun.
into the night.
We weren't reading the whole time. We started doing tier rankings of different show characters and stuff. It was really fun.
Nice. Piranesi is another one that I'm going to be reading, and we're reading it for Andy's channel. It's a buddy read. So if anyone wants to join Piranesi on Andy's channel, I heard it's really, really good. Miriam keeps talking about it. She loves it.
It's historical fiction Greek retelling, right? Maybe?
Yeah, and I think it's a little bit of fantasy. I know super little about it because everybody keeps telling me that the less you know, the better it is. But I think it also has to do with the library or something like that, or like a house that keeps like changing rooms, something like that.
It's a really beautiful looking book.
It is. I don't know what edition it is, but there's a special edition where it has like columns on the side and it has Piranesi spelled out, and it's so pretty. I'm not tipsy, by the way. I just mispronounce things sometimes.
You're good. Happens to the best of us.
Yeah. Well, give me 1 second. There we go. I'm still trying to figure out how to use StreamYard. So what are you going to do? Are you going to continue and try to get into it, or are you going to switch books now?
I'm going to continue because I was originally going to pick it up because Sadie was one of my favorite books of like all time. So I was super excited for that. And then a book club that I try to be a part of, which I have a whole list of like different book clubs that I try to be a part of, but I'll just kind of check off a few of them that I want to do in that specific month. And then if they're doing a book I don't want to read, I'm not going to force myself to read it with them. But yeah, so they chose this as their book for this month, which it's also pretty under the dust jacket.
Yeah.
But yeah, so they picked it for their book club and I was like, cool. I was pretty much planning on reading it soon anyways. So I was like, I'm going to get to it sooner rather than later. And then the Talk Bookish to Me podcast. Have you ever heard of it?
No.
It's with Gwen and Jacqueline, who are I guess I was going to say the hosts of the Backlist Readathon, but Jacqueline is the host of the Backlist Readathon that's going on right now. Yeah. And they have a podcast together, and they post an episode every other Monday, and they're doing a book discussion on this book on the 15th, so I need to get it read before then.
Nice.
They're kind of pushing me to read it. Even if I don't love it, at least I can listen to the podcast.
And hear different takes and stuff.
Yeah, and then attend the live show at the end of the month. So,
what is it about?
It's about two sisters, and one of them joins a cult, and then the other girl tries to save her. But I guess they were both part of the cult at one time, and then the younger one left and tried to make another life for herself. And then when some controversy starts going down and someone who was a part of the cult dies, which is like in the very beginning, so it's not a spoiler, he pretty much kills himself at the beginning.
Mhm.
So she thinks there's some sinister stuff going down, and she saw that the guy who killed himself and her older sister are in a photo together. So she's like, I haven't seen her face in years, and she wants to try to find out what's going on in the cult and things like that. I don't really know.
You're like, I'm trying to figure that out right now. I feel like anytime I try to pick up a book that's cult related, there's not enough momentum to keep me interested. Like there's,
Yeah.
you know, maybe that's just not a trope that I like, but I've never really been into cult books.
I don't think I've ever read a cult book, but I love cult movies. So I thought maybe I would just like it because I do like it in movies, but I've pretty much quickly learned that what I like in shows and movies is not the same as what I like in books.
That's so interesting because I feel like a lot of people who try to get their friends into reading who are not readers often try to find similar books that they like in shows, but that's the complete opposite for you.
Yeah, because I don't know, it's much easier for me to cry at a show or a movie, but it's much harder for a book to make me cry.
That makes sense.
I know that's like not the same as genres or tropes or anything, but I don't know, I like to watch dramas, but I feel like I read a lot of thrillers and I've been reading a lot of romances recently, but I'll be reading thrillers and stuff more this month.
It's a different feel. I really like dramas too, but in a book format, it doesn't always keep you engaged because that's like what literary fiction, like the equivalent of a drama, kind of.
Yeah. I mean, it just depends. I do like literary fiction. I like to give every genre a fair chance and a fair shot, but sometimes they can be boring. So
yeah. I often find too that if there's like a book and a movie, I'd much rather watch the movie than read the book. Like that happened with Gone Girl. Sav wanted me to read Gone Girl and I started reading it, but then I had already watched Gone Girl, so I already knew everything. And I picked it up for the first time and I was reading it. And by chapter 5, I was like, okay, screw it. I'm just going to watch the film again. And I couldn't finish Gone Girl for some reason.
Yeah, when the movie first came out, I watched it and I loved it. And then I bought the special edition Blu-ray of it. I was like, yes, this is so cool. Love this movie. And then I think it was The Krusty Club with Chanel. She was reading it for her book club. So I was like, okay, I'll give the book a chance because everyone talks about it being a great thriller. But I'm like, I already know the twist, so I don't know what's going to happen. Like, it's going to hinder my enjoyment of it. But then I started reading the book and it was really boring and I finished it and then I watched the movie again and I was like, this is one of those times where I actually like the movie better than the book.
Yeah. Which reminds me, I just watched Sav's March TBR, Behind Her Eyes. You've read it, right?
Yes.
So I want to read it soon, either at the end of this month or early next month, because I want to watch the show on Netflix. I've been holding out because I know as soon as I watch the show, I'm not going to read the book, and I own it, so I have to read it.
I would recommend definitely reading the book because the book, it's a little slow going, I will say, but the twist, the payoff is like, yes. I was so shook by the twist. I was like, when are we getting to it? Because I was getting to the last 100 pages and I was like, what is everyone talking about? And then it just starts to go like hit hard and I'm just like, oh my gosh, I get it now. And I gave it 5 stars. I was like, who cares that it was slower at the beginning? It had a great payoff. And then I watched the show that night. I watched all the episodes and I was up till like 4 a.m. or 5 a.m. And I was like, the show could have been better. It was like a 2-star for me out of 5. Acting was just pretty bad and it just was weird adapted because it does have a lot to do with dreaming and it's really hard to portray that in a show if you haven't read the book. So I was like, I feel bad for people going in and just watching the show because they're going to be so confused by what's going on.
That's how I felt about shoot, I forgot the name of the movie. I just watched a movie, and it's based on that series by Patrick Ness, The Knife of Never Letting Go.
Mm-hmm.
It just came out with like Tom Holland, and I've never read that series. And I just had so many questions the entire time. I was like, what is going on? Like, who is this character? Why are they doing this? Now I kind of
Yeah.
want to go back and read the series because I feel like the movie didn't do it justice. I was just too confused the entire time.
Yeah, they actually stopped production like 3 times for that movie because the first time they had different actors and they scrapped it because they were like, it doesn't make sense as a movie, and they were just gonna move on. And then somebody else tried to adapt it and they delayed filming and all that stuff. So maybe they just shouldn't have made it into a movie, but I guess they wanted to make money off of a good story. But sometimes it's just better off just being a book.
Agreed. And I mean, it was fun. Don't get me wrong. I
Yeah.
enjoyed myself, but at the end, I was really confused.
Yeah.
Yeah. I'm going to go through some of the comments really quickly.
Okay.
It's harder for books. Make me cry too. Yeah. Books rarely make me cry, actually.
Mm-hmm.
You need to watch it, Sav. It's good.
So good. Because she says that one of her favorite thrillers is Gone Girl. So I'm like, you should watch the movie because you might change your mind and think you like the movie better than the book.
True. I like the show How I Met Your Mother, but the books like The City, Girls, and Turn of the Key that follow the same formula. Let me tell you storyboards. Yeah, same. Oh, I was going to ask, have you read I'm Thinking of Ending Things? Because I feel like that's also one that starts off really slow and has a really big twist at the end.
Yes, so I actually read that book twice. I read it once physically, and then months later I reread it because, at the end it kind of like says to. But yeah. But yeah, I listened to it the second time and I can't even like wrap my brain around it. I loved it so much, and I watched the movie for that too with some other people. We did like a Netflix watch party.
Mhm.
We're like, what is this movie? It's so different.
It was mind trippy. I didn't understand all the dancing and
Yeah, it was like, what is this? Is this based off of this book?
I loved I'm Thinking of Ending Things. It's one of my favorite thrillers. Is it a thriller? Yeah, it's one of my.
Some people will say it's horror, but I guess it's more like suspense, and I don't really know what you would call it. Psychological suspense, maybe.
Yeah.
But it's really good. I gave it 5 stars both times.
Me too. I know some people have a really hard time getting into it because of the beginning, but definitely one with a great payoff.
Mm-hmm.
Hi. Thanks for joining us.
Hello.
We'll be going on for a while, I think. We'll see. Yes. Well, maybe just watch it.
Maybe just watch it.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
You watched it with me, and it was really, really weird, and it was really confusing.
Mm-hmm. I liked how it made me feel while reading it.
Me too. That feeling of like something's wrong, but I don't know what's wrong.
Mm-hmm.
By the way, I never talked to you about why you don't like Mexican Gothic.
Did you like it? What was your rating?
I gave it a 4 out of 5. I really liked it.
It was just so slow for me, and it was kind of a mess. Like when they started to explain things that were going on, and then it was just like, I'm trying to think of a metaphor for it. It was kind of like going down a rabbit hole, and then I just kept tumbling over rocks like left and right, and it was just like none of this makes sense together. I don't know.
I feel it. I feel it. It's definitely one where, because I feel like it's also misclassified. Like a lot of people think it's just horror, but it's Gothic horror, which is super slow, and it's a lot about like there's a lot of social commentary, which is what I expected going in. So that's why I
Mhm.
really liked it. But I feel you.
I
Um,
liked the writing. I did do a try chapter of that and a few other books, and it hooked me in the first few chapters. And then after that, it was just kind of like humdrum for me. And then when stuff started to pile on, and it was just a ride. I just didn't like it. I didn't like the twist. It was just not for me.
it's also a weird one too. Like the little twists here and there are kind of weird and
Yeah.
could seem out of place for some people. I
Hmm.
feel it. And no, the movie is not bad, Sav. You need to watch it. I haven't read the book.
I think they're talking about I'm thinking of ending things.
Oh,
I think.
oh, you're right. Yeah, Ben didn't like the book. He actually liked the movie more, which was weird to me because the movie was trippy for me.
Yeah.
I didn't like it.
Mm-mm.
I think Sav for this one was talking about Mexican Gothic.
Yeah, I know she liked it.
Yeah. Alrighty. Do you want to start the next sprint?
Yeah.
All right, I'll see you in 40 minutes.
Okay.
Okay. Hey, hey.
Hello.
I know I said like literally 30 minutes ago that I was super full, but I'm eating a muffin now. I couldn't help myself.
I mean, sometimes you need something sweet to like balance out other things, you know?
Yeah. Here I am. How's your book going?
So I got to page 81, so I read about 42 pages that time.
Mm-hmm.
And, you know, it's still to the parts where I remember, but I'm about to get to the part where I stopped listening when I stopped, if that makes sense. Because, like, I had listened to about 40 more pages, or I don't know, I read about 40 more pages than I was actually paying attention to. So, yeah, now I'm about to get to the part where I don't know what's happening.
Well, maybe now we'll pick up or something.
Maybe.
Hopefully.
Hopefully. Yeah, fingers crossed.
I actually switched over and started reading Kindred, and I didn't get very far into it, like 50 pages in, but I like it. It's super well written. Like I love her writing style, but it's a little hard to read. There's like a lot of violent scenes in it, so I have to like take my time with it. But it's so good. I'm really enjoying it.
That's good. Yeah, I wanted to get that book at the bookstore and I looked for it everywhere and I couldn't find it. And then right as I was leaving, like I had already checked out with my other books, and then I saw it on one of the displays at the very front of the store. I'm just like, oh, whatever, I'm not going back. But now I kind of wish that I did. Just be like, go back to the line. Hey, I need one more thing.
Next time.
Yeah.
So it looks like other people joined.
Hello.
Hi, Vish. She said she'll be editing during the sprints.
Nice.
Greg joined too. Hi, Greg.
Hi.
And then Naomi, is that how you pronounce your name? I don't want to mispronounce it.
It's Naomi.
Naomi?
Mm-hmm.
Thank you. Thank you for coming back.
Yes. How did your live go?
Yes. How did the live go? Let us know. And what will you be reading? Bye, Miriam. Thanks for joining. Oh. So I started off reading Chain of Iron. I just finished Chain of Gold and I loved it, and I just decided to start it because I had to figure out what was going on. But before that, I started Kindred, so I was only like 2 or 3 pages in. So I read during the first sprint, I did start Chain of Iron, and then I switched back to Kindred, and I think I'll just be switching back and forth right now.
Nice. And I'm reading The Project by Courtney Summers. Hello.
Hi, Steph. Welcome. What are you reading? Hi. Thanks for joining.
Nice.
I do miss Nickelodeon shows.
Yeah. What was your favorite, like, old school Nickelodeon show?
I have to think about it.
It doesn't even have to be that old. It can be just, like, nostalgic, I guess.
Why am I blanking on the name? Samurai Jack. I really enjoy. I don't know what it was about it. I really liked it. What about you?
I mean, the first thing that comes to mind is definitely Zoe 101.
I love Zoe 101.
Mm-hmm.
What about Disney Channel?
Disney Channel. I loved Brandy and Mr. Whiskers and the Buzz on Maggie, but like nobody ever knows what I'm talking about when I say those.
I don't know what you're talking about. Are those newer, or I really have no idea.
No, I can actually look them up and see if maybe you'll recognize what they look like. But
I really like That's So Raven.
Mm,
I don't know
that's
why.
really good.
And Sister Sister throwback. Charmaine says she's reading The Hero of Ages. That's another one that I have to get to. I just finished The Well of Ascension and I need to figure out what happens. But this month I'm reading books only by women in light of like
Mhm.
Women's History Month. So I'm putting it off, but it's fine. I'll get to it in April. I'll be fine.
So this is Brandy and Mr. Whiskers. It's like a dog and then a bunny because the dog is super spoiled and rich and is on a plane to go somewhere and then crashes on this island, and I don't know. It's just hilarious. Mr. Whiskers is a mess and like I relate to that.
You know, it looks familiar now that I see it, but I still don't remember it. I don't think I watched it.
I mean, I don't know if it was ever on during the day, but I was a night owl even when I was a kid. It would come on at midnight and I would watch it at midnight.
Nice, because you're up at 5 every single day till 5.
It didn't used to be that bad, but yeah.
Trying to finish Kingdom of the Wicked. Almost done with it. You got this. Oh, Danny Phantom and the Fairly Odd Parents. I love those shows.
Mm-hmm.
Timmy is an average kid that no one understands.
Danny Phantom, I don't know, but when I always think about it, I think of ramen noodles because I would always eat ramen noodles when I watched that show for some reason. So it just like makes me crave ramen noodles every single time that I think of Danny Phantom.
That's so funny. Beach Read. I haven't read Beach Read, but it's one that I do want to get to. It's one of those, so I don't read a lot of romance. And I've been trying to get into the romance genre and I failed. But Beach Read, I feel like, is one that might be up my alley. Have you read it? Sarah?
I've read it. It's more, I mean, it has darker elements in it, so I feel like that you'll probably like it for that because it's not just like a fluffy romance. But I gave it 4 stars. I didn't love it, but it was really good. And this is The Buzz on Maggie.
Okay, that one I don't recognize at all. I'll need to check them out just to like finally understand what you're talking about. Rugrats, Doug, Hey Arnold, Fairly Odd Parents. Yes, Hey Arnold. I watch more MTV, ABC Family, and Food Network shows. I feel that I would put on MTV while I was doing homework because back then they would put up like all the music videos and stuff, and I would, yeah.
I think it was like Saturday mornings they had the top 20 songs or whatever. I would wake up early, and being a kid on the weekends, you know. But I would wake up early just so I could see the top 20.
Yeah. Now I don't even watch music videos anymore.
Yeah, I barely ever do.
Yeah. Yes, it was so good. Courage the Cowardly Dog. Heck yes.
Mm-hmm. Super creepy, but yeah, good.
Yeah. It is. My friend is actually on the Canadian Bake Off. I want to call it the Great British Bake Off, but it's the Great Bake Off. Yeah. He's doing pretty good. He made it into the top 7. I'm surprised. I know I should be cheering him on, but I'm surprised he made it to the top 7.
That's really awesome.
Yeah.
I think the only Food Network show that I ever watched, it was called Unwrapped, where they would kind of go behind the production of certain things. So they talk about Twinkies and then they would show you like how they were made and stuff. And it was super interesting and just how the company came about and all that. So they would just go over different foods like ice cream sandwiches or maybe Twizzlers and show you how they're made and whatever. But it was super interesting to me.
That reminds me of that show, How It's Made.
Oh, yeah.
I love watching that. I don't know why.
I think they have that on Hulu, and I was actually watching it a couple months ago, and I was just watching how they make like stoplights and stuff. And I was like, I feel like such a nerd right now. Why am I watching this?
It's therapeutic. It's fascinating to me.
Yeah, for sure.
Aurora says that she would wake up early and record music videos on VHS. Nice.
Yes. Unwrapped.
Here we go. That it was a mistake eating that muffin, Sarah.
I feel like sometimes when I have a glass of wine or I drink something that's alcoholic, I just get hungry for no reason, even if I was full before. Like, I don't know what it is. It's just like, I need something in my stomach.
My mood is always hungry. I'm always scoping for the next thing to eat. I love eating.
Yeah. Did you get another glass? All good.
What are you drinking? You didn't tell us.
I am drinking. It's the first time I've ever had this one. It's Dark Horse's. Wow, Pinot Grigio.
How are you liking it?
It's pretty good. It's really dry. But after I finish this off, I can open my bottle of Snoop Dogg 19 Crimes red wine.
I like it. I've had it a couple of times, and it's good.
It's so cool that he just like bought a wine company. He's just like, oh, you know what? Why not?
Yeah. It's kind of random, but yeah.
Yeah, especially for Snoop Dogg, but I don't know, I guess. He's trying to be classier, you know. He's friends with Martha Stewart now. He just needs to up his game.
I feel like he always does random things too. Like the thing you wouldn't expect from him, he does.
Yeah. Super random. He was wasn't he in a video with like Dixie D'Amelio?
I don't know who that is.
It's like a TikTok star who is now a singer, and I saw that it was either Wiz Khalifa or Snoop Dogg. It might be Wiz Khalifa now that I think about it. But even then, I was like, what? You make way too much money to be in a music video with a TikTok star. Like, what?
I don't have TikTok. I've been trying to stay away from it because I can get addicted. So I don't have it installed or anything like that. I don't know who the TikTok stars are.
I don't have it installed either, but some of them also have YouTube channels, and I just see it pop up. But yeah, I don't have TikTok, like the app. Sometimes I'll watch some funny compilation videos on YouTube of different TikToks, but I don't actually go on the app because that would be tragic. I'd probably be on there for like 5 hours. Me
too. I actually try to stay away from my phone for most of the day. Like I set timers on all of my apps. So I'm only on Instagram 20 minutes every single day. Once I hit that limit, I get off and I don't look at it until the next day, which is probably why I'm sorry if you ever message me and like I don't reply to you for a full day. It's because I've reached my limit.
I watched your video, the backstage tag, and I was so impressed by that. I was like, I could never do that. And like not taking your phone where you go. I suck at knowing where I'm at. Like I always have to have my phone for directions, and I don't like asking people for directions. So that was so impressive to me. But I'm planning on filming that tag sometime soon.
Yes, do it. The only reason I'm able to do it is because I am just really forgetful in the first place. So I leave my phone somewhere and then I don't remember where I left it. And then I spend hours looking for it. And eventually I just develop this habit of not having my phone around. Mm-hmm. That's literally the only reason. I don't have self-control. I'm just confused all the time.
I did this experiment I think it was in high school, because we had to read, what was it, Edith Wharton? He did his book about living in the wilderness with like no cell phone or anything. We were reading it at the time, and you had to do a project based on it. So I locked all of my electronic devices in a safe for a whole week. And it was pretty interesting. I noticed a lot more of my surroundings, especially when I was driving in a car. Like, I wouldn't turn on the radio either. That was another thing. I was trying not to use any technology. I mean, a car is pretty much like I have to do that still. But I would roll down the windows and just listen to the birds. And I was like, this is so weird. But then, the week was over and I was like, okay, I'm ready to go.
Nice. I can't drive without music on. That's like the one thing I can't do.
It's pretty boring.
Yeah. Like, what else are you going to do? I guess you should be paying attention to how you're driving and stuff, but besides that, there's nothing else to do.
Exactly.
Yeah. Just going to pop into the comments again. Why not?
True.
I'm Brazilian, so pardon me about my mistakes. How long do you guys do these sprints lives? It depends. So I usually only do about 3 to 4 hours because I don't know, I don't have the attention span to stay for too long. But Sarah has gone up to 10 hours.
Yeah. We have to do that today.
But we're doing 40 minutes reading and then about 10 to 15 minutes off, just talking and chilling. And I think maybe we can go another 2 times.
Sounds good to me.
Yeah. But hi, welcome. Thanks for joining.
Yes, thank you.
I was drinking bread and butter Chardonnay. Oh, okay. So a couple of years ago, and tell me if you've tried this, I tried coffee with butter in it. It was this like I know, it's the worst thing I've ever had.
Oh, people put like ghee butter in coffee. I know that, but like regular butter?
Regular butter. And there was this like new and trendy place that had popped up, and it was like a local place near where I live. So I was like, okay, let's go support them. And we went and we tried it, and it's the worst thing I've ever had. I didn't like it. Yeah.
Yeah, I don't think I would like it either. But people say ghee, it doesn't taste like butter. It tastes, I don't know. I don't even know. They said it tastes kind of caramely and sweet if it's in coffee.
Oh.
But I don't think I'd ever try it out.
I don't know either. Maybe I'll have my partner Ben try it out, and if he likes it, then I'll probably like it. He's usually the person I go to when I want to try something. I'm like, hey, can you try this? And if he likes it, then I'll try it.
He's your guinea pig.
Yeah, pretty much.
That's pretty funny.
But our teams align really well. So
it's pretty hit or miss for me with Chardonnays. I usually don't like them. I know I tried one just based off of the bottle. It had a cute little bee on it with a flower, and I was like, awesome. And it was the worst thing I've ever had. So I poured some cranberry juice in there, and it was so good after that. I just made my own mixed drink. It was so good.
That does sound good. I need to try that. I do like Chardonnays, but I have to be in the mood for them.
Yeah. Yeah.
Try cranberry juice.
Yeah, try putting cranberry juice in there.
I see. It is very popular. Hi, Kirsten. I haven't read The Nightingale. It's been on my TBR for like 3 or 4 years. I really need to get to it.
I just feel like I wouldn't like it. I don't know. And I'm scared to try any of Kristen Hanna's books because I feel like they're just not my genre. And I'm scared to not like them. I'd rather just never read them so I never have an unpopular opinion about them.
I think The Nightingale's world, it's like set on the backdrop of World War II though, right?
Yeah.
I do like reading books like that, so I might like it, but I haven't read anything by her. So I'll let you know because I feel like our tastes are pretty similar. Minus the Mexican Gothic thing that we don't talk about.
Yeah, we'll just ignore that. It's fine. A lot of people do, and it's a tearjerker, I hear, so I love feeling emotions while I read, so I'm up for that.
Same. Although a lot of books don't make me cry.
Yeah.
Cranberry. Oh, one that I recently read. Have you read Monday's Not Coming by Tiffany D. Jackson?
I recently read Grown, and
Mm.
I really wanna read that one, but I haven't yet, but it's, like, really high up on my TBR.
How did you like Grown?
I liked it. I gave it 4 stars. I thought the mystery element was just a little cheesy, just
Hmm.
a little bit, and then I feel like if it were adult instead of YA, we could have had deeper conversations
Yeah.
in it, so I think it would have really benefited being adult instead of YA, but in being YA, it reaches a larger audience about this important topic, so I can't really, like there's a pro and a con, you know?
Yeah. I haven't read Grown. It's definitely on my TBR because I love Monday's Not Coming. But
Mhm.
that was one that after I finished reading it for the next 30 minutes after I was done, I just sobbed. Like I was sobbing. It broke me.
Mhm.
You might like it.
I hope so. I don't know. Maybe I'll just do an author taste test of Kristen Hanna's books.
Hey, we can read them together and see if we like them.
I would love that. We're already planning on reading The Shadow of the Wind, and,
Mine
like, that's even out of my comfort zone, but I'm, like, all in for that.
Let's do it. All right, you ready for the next sprint?
Yes.
Alrighty. Hey, hey.
Hello.
I'm so sleepy. I'm telling you, like it hits around like 8 or 9, and I'm just like, wow, it's so late.
How'd you do that time?
I got distracted. I actually went on Instagram to watch Sav's singing. It was really nice.
Oh,
Yeah, but I only read about 30 pages or so. What about you?
I got to page 122, and so I read about 40 pages that time. And I passed the point where I stopped paying attention last time, and it's still not great, but I guess I'm getting into it more.
Okay, well, that's good.
Mm-hmm.
How much more do you have left of it?
It's how many pages is it? I'm that far in. So more than halfway to go still, but it's less than 400 pages. I know that for sure.
Okay.
341.
Do you think you're going to continue if you keep feeling okay about it?
Yeah.
Okay. You're a trooper.
I'm trying. I'm like, I can't just keep putting down books. I just need to finish them. I don't know. Do you feel bad about DNFing books, or are you like ruthless about it?
I feel bad when I know people that loved it and I want to love it. Like, Vish, don't get mad at me. But The Invisible Life of Addie LaRue, I'm still on page 55, and I've been on page 55 for the last 3 weeks. And every time I pick it up, I just can't continue. And I don't know if it's because I'm not in the mood for it or because it's just boring to me, but I can't continue right now. I just need to stop and pick it up again, like in a month or so when I'm in a better mood.
Yeah, it just might not be the right time for you, but also it just might not be the book for you.
Exactly. And I figured that like 55 pages in, I knew I wasn't enjoying it and I knew I was really pushing myself to read it. And I was like, I can be reading something that I really enjoy right now. So I just put it down and I haven't picked it up for the past 3 weeks. Yeah.
Did you ever finish The Stand?
I DNF that one 50% through. And
That's what I thought.
I read 600 pages of that massive beast. 600 pages.
I think it was Sav that was asking me about it the other day, and I was like, I'm pretty sure she DNF'd it, but like, I don't know, I might be wrong.
I DNF'd it, and sadly, I was actually really enjoying it. I was actually enjoying that one. The character development was good. The world building was good. But I had to put it down, unfortunately.
So it's like a soft DNF. You might come back to it.
No,
No.
no. So the reason I DNF'd it is because there's some like terminology in it that's very racist, and I can't continue in good faith. I tried to ignore it the first couple of chapters, but it happens so often that I just can't continue, you know?
Right.
Yeah, so
I was really interested in your thoughts about the bell jar because I hadn't heard anyone's take on it the way that you talked about it in your Instagram story.
yeah, that was another one that I ended up. Yeah, I did DNF it. I was like, wait, did I push through it? But no, that one was a hard pass for me. I really wanted to like it because I read Brain on Fire and I really liked it. And I was like, okay, I need to read something similar to this. And this is a classic. Let me pick it up. But one, the character was just extremely annoying. For me, she frustrated me every single step of the way. And for me to be in her head and for her to over time devolve, I was like, I won't be able to do this. But then also like I don't know, like some of the stuff that was written in was borderline, like I don't know, just some stuff that doesn't sit well now. Like there was a lot of comments being made about people of color that are kind
Mhm.
of meaning, and I just couldn't continue either. So yeah, unfortunately. But
It's
Brain
just-
on Fire is so good.
yeah, I loved Brain on Fire. I read it years ago, and I still to this day think about that book.
Mm-hmm. I'm going to pop up some comments really quickly. Woo! Honestly, editing takes so long. How long does it take you to edit your videos? Because for me, it takes like 5 or 6 hours.
I mean, if it's a sit down video, maybe 1 to 3 hours, depending. Or like if it's a vlog, it takes me like 4 hours. I don't really know. It really depends.
I have to edit out a lot of ums
Yeah,
and
same.
Do you want to talk about what you're reading right now?
Yeah, Cami already read this book, so I'm reading The Project, and I restarted it during these sprints because I wasn't really enjoying it, but I'm still not loving it, but I'm at least liking it.
I'm switching. So I started Chain of Iron. I just have the sleeve because I don't like to read with my sleeve on. And then I'm also reading Kindred. So I'm just alternating between the two. I don't finish books all the time. I will stop reading if I'm just not in the mood for it. Same. I learned to do that because if not, I get into reading slums and it takes me forever to get out of them.
Nice.
Nice. I think, are we doing, how many more sprints do you want to do?
I mean, you said you're getting pretty tired. Do you want to do just one more?
Okay, let's do that.
Okay.
Cool. I need to read. Same. I've started mood right now.
I feel like I can't do that. I just have to finish what I start. I'm just one of those people. Unless I just hard DNF a book and get rid of it. Like I can never, I don't know, it will always be on my mind that I'm in the middle of a bunch of other books.
That's how it is when I look at my Goodreads right now. Like I just brought it up. In my currently reading, I have 5 books and I'm just staring at them like, but eventually I will get back to them. But in that scenario, I'll probably just end up restarting them. So
Yeah. I mean, that's why I kind of didn't want to switch to another book when I was reading the first chapter of those other books. I just still was in the mindset of The Project, even though I didn't love it.
yeah.
So I was like, I just have to finish this so then I can clear my mind of this book and then move on to the next one, if that makes sense.
No, that does make sense. Yeah, I don't like being in the middle of a bunch of books either, especially series.
Mhm.
Lately, I've been picking up a lot more series, and that stresses me out for some reason. If I have like 4 or 5 going on at the same time, I freak out. But I know people have like 20 going on at once. I'm like, how do you do that?
Could never be me. That's why I don't read a lot of series because I feel like I have to read them back to back to back, or else I'll have to reread the first book again to be able to know what's going on. So,
Yeah, because there's so much that you lose in between.
mhm.
Yeah. Don't tell Abby LaRue. Shh, it's a secret. The Stand. I dedicate so many hours of his life. It's a massive book, and I was lucky enough to have the version that has 400 extra pages. It's like a 1,400 page book. And I don't mind Stephen King's writing. I know some people think that his writing is really dense and sometimes the pacing is really slow. And
Mhm.
it is. It really is. But I don't mind books that are slow or
Yeah.
are very dense or character driven. I just have to be in the mood for them. But yeah,
Are you gonna watch the show?
yes, I do want to watch it. But but I don't know when I'll start it. I'm watching Dark right now. Have you seen it?
I haven't, but I've heard good things about it.
It's so good. I'm watching that right now, and as soon as I'm done with that, then I'll move on to the show for the stand.
Mm.
Why did you stop? Did you not like it, or was it just boring for you?
Let us know.
I was on a Vicious stream, and I think someone brought up that they wish it would have been longer, and I'm like, oh no, not longer. Eddie is kind of boring. I would have DNF if I wasn't listening to the audiobook.
I haven't heard a lot of things about the audiobook. I feel like most people have been physically reading that book.
Yeah. How did you like the audiobook, Charmaine? Because I know some audiobooks are really interactive and they really like keep you invested. True. I'm glad she's asleep right now. I could not finish it. The way he spoke about women was yeah, that's another big thing about his books. Just he writes great male characters. But when it comes to female characters, yeah. No.
Yeah, that's it. Abby knows.
Yeah. That's the primary reason I haven't read it. That's been on my TBR for a very long time, but I know that there's like a scene at the end that
I'm gonna read it someday.
I might or might not. Now that I've read a couple of Stephen King's works, I'm kind of like thinking of maybe just giving up on him as an author. I'm still on the fence about it. Maybe I'll try one of his short story collections, or like the Gunslinger series, because I was trying to read different books by him that he writes in different genres. But I don't know. I might just give up on him as an author overall.
I'm pretty much dedicated. I have a whole bullet journal that's Stephen King, just for my Stephen King books, and I'm reading his books in order. I've only read the first 3 published books, but next is Night Shift, and I don't own it. So I either need to get it from the library or find it at a used bookstore.
Wait.
We can read it.
We can read it together. I have so many Stephen King books, so if I do give up on him, I'm going to get rid of all of them. But I've only read The Shining, Pet Sematary, and got halfway through The Stand.
Yeah, I read Carrie, Salem's Lot, and The Shining.
What did you think about The Shining?
I liked it a lot. I gave it 4.5 stars. Back when I used to give half stars. This year I'm trying not to do half stars, but I think I might revert back to giving half stars. It's just so hard.
There's no way I can't give half stars.
Yeah.
I think I might go into quarter stars too, like 3.75 or something.
Yeah.
Yeah, I really enjoyed Pet Sematary overall. It kind of dragged on a little bit, but the ending I think was worth it. You're here with all the jokes. I love it. See, and that's what I'm afraid of. I'm afraid of like dedicating so much time to Addie LaRue for it just to be an average read for me. I don't want to just have average reads.
Yeah.
I've had a lot of those lately.
Same. I'm just like, it's more frustrating to have just a middle of the road rating than it is to either flat out hate it and be able to talk about how much you hated it or really love it.
I agree. It can be therapeutic for me. Like whenever I edit, I try to like incorporate new things, try to do like cute and quirky things here and there. But there's times where And this happens to me all of the time. I was just talking about earlier how I've been trying to film my January wrap up for ages and I just keep like running into problems. The same thing happens with editing. Like I'm almost finishing editing a video and all of a sudden my laptop lags out and I lose all progress and I have to restart all over. And at times like that, I'm just like, no, it's the worst.
Yeah, I just don't like listening to myself for that long. I'm just like, I sound like that?
That was the hardest thing to get over when I first started. To this day, I don't rewatch my videos once they're posted because
Yeah.
it's cringy. I highly recommend. It's so good.
Mhm. It is so good.
3-star gang. It's really, really good. I'm really enjoying it. What edition do you have?
Mm.
I did so little. You know, well, some people don't need a lot of editing. I feel like I do a lot of editing on mine because I do say a lot of ums and sometimes when I'm editing, I'm just not in a mood and I do weird stuff. So I edit those things out.
Mm.
Like, yeah. So
I
some
feel
people
like
don't need a lot of it.
I say like a lot more than I think I do. And I think it'll annoy people, so I try to catch them when I say them. But then the sentence doesn't sound complete because it's just choppy. So sometimes I have to leave it, but it frustrates me when I pay attention to it.
I'm sure other people don't notice though. Like I feel like wow, I'm saying like a lot now too.
Yeah, it's when you start to think about how much you say it that you say it more and you're more aware of it.
Or other times when I'm filming, it's like you said earlier, when a book is average, you just don't know what to say, so I don't have coherent thoughts. So I kind of just ramble and it goes nowhere.
You're like, let me just tell you the synopsis.
Yeah, basically. I can't DNF a book. I don't know why, but I physically can't, even if it takes me a year to finish. That's fair. That's how I feel about literary fiction. I when I read literary fiction, I often feel like there's a reason why I need to be reading it. Like there's a theme that I need to get out of it, or there's a lesson I need to learn from it. And even if it's not something I'm enjoying, I'm like, okay, I'll push through it and see how I feel about it at the end. So I do feel that way for literary fiction, and it's usually the only genre that I don't DNF, even if I hate the book. Yeah. 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 I kind of want a DNF Tenby. Why are you angry? Let us know. Yes, let us know. Why are you angry? I haven't read Misery, but I know it's a lot of people's favorite.
Yeah.
You haven't read it either.
I haven't read it. It's not far down the list of publication order, but it's near the middle.
I definitely want to read, before I give up on him as an author, something newer by him because I haven't read any new King and I just want to see how his writing evolved or if, yeah.
I hear The Institute is really good.
I might pick it up then. Yeah, that's problematic.
That's fair.
We can all buddy read it. So Sav said she was going to read it during the summer. Listen to it on audiobook while she's moving, I believe. And I said, I'm down. I'll plunge into it. I'll read it because I have the book, so might as well try it. So yes, if you want to buddy read it, I'm still down. Sarah can join us.
If I get there by that time, I don't know how far down the list I'll be.
Okay.
So it wasn't like a full cast or anything, I'm guessing.
Well, I haven't gotten far much into the book, but are we just following Addie the entire time, or do we have other characters?
I have no idea.
I don't either. I
It's
did
good.
like The Shining. Yeah. 11/22/63. That's one that I'm like, it intrigues me.
Yeah, I have it right next to me on my bookshelf, and I'm super intrigued by that one.
It's
And I
also massive.
yeah, and I want to watch the show with James Franco in it. I hear it's good.
I heard that too. I'm not watching it. I can't read a book after I watch a show, so I'm just
Yeah.
ignoring it for now. It's so helpful. Because sometimes a book isn't like a 4 stars, but it's also not a 3. So,
hmm
yeah.
When I finished Behind Closed Doors the other day, I gave it a 2-star initially, but then I thought about it a little more and I was like, well, it wasn't as bad as 2 stars. Like, a 2 seems too harsh, but 3, it wasn't really average either. It was a little less than average. So if I was going to give it a quarter star, it'd be like 2.75.
There you go. We're also being called out, by the way. We need to read Kristen Hanna.
I actually saw an older Kristen Hanna book at a bookstore the other day. I think it was called On Mystic River or something like that. And I thought about you, Kirsten. So
I haven't heard of that one.
For sure.
Yeah. Nice. I wish. Oh, that's awesome.
20 minutes.
Do you usually merge your like video with your sound? Anyways.
She films on her phone, doesn't she?
I thought or on her iPad, right?
I think she films on her phone. So I think she has to adjust the volume of the clips, like different clips, because sometimes she'll be farther away than others.
Oh.
To make them all the same sound level. I don't know what I'm trying to say.
Well, I've never noticed like any inconsistency, so that's awesome. I know I have trouble with my when I'm adjusting the audio. I always, if I mess it up, you could tell that either you can't hear me or it's a like really pitchy sound where you're listening to a video and it's like scratching. You just can't listen to it. Yeah. I like that you keep your strangeness in. That's part of the reason why I watch your videos. It's all your strangeness, but also the commentary. It's really funny. I read 10 so many years ago. I haven't read it.
I think it's pretty short, so I personally would just push through it, but I understand if you want to DNF it for sure.
Yeah. True. Okay, I'm just going to speed through some of the comments. I don't know. I know, for real.
Oh, okay.
I don't know who Henry is. Don't tell me. Because we're going to read it.
I'll still read it someday, too.
For real, though. Every single time I need a reading sprint, I log on and I see your face. I love it, though.
Thanks.
You always bring a smile to my face. You're always smiling.
Somebody was commenting about that the other day. They're like, she always has a smirk on her face.
You do, though. You are.
I love how everyone in the comments is just talking to each other. I love it.
Me too.
I have a camera. I don't have a mic. I'm not that fancy, but I just have my it's a G7X Canon camera.
I used to film on my phone only, and then but I had a camera all along. I just didn't know how to use it, and I
Mhm.
was too afraid to learn how to use a camera, and then also get an external audio. But eventually, I just made the jump and started using my camera. So yeah, I use a camera now, but I already had one. I didn't go out of my way to buy one.
And you have that little mic that you can carry in your hand, right?
Yeah, I don't have it with me right now. That I did buy from Amazon, and I think it was like $40, so it wasn't too expensive. But yeah, I just carry it and like put it underneath the video.
The sound quality in your videos is so great. Like, I'm really interested in getting one of those.
Oh, thank you. I always worry because I talk with my hands, and if I have it, I'll be
You're
like,
like,
oh, yeah. So I do have to adjust for things like that because sometimes I get excited and I bring it up here and I'm screaming into it. Yeah. What cameras do you all have? I wish I had my equipment right now. I will leave it down in the description box because I actually don't know the name of it, and I'll also leave the name of the lenses. But I have a video, the BookTube, no, yes, the BookTube
okay,
backstage pass.
backstage. Yeah.
I I go over what camera and lens I use and also the recorder that I use if you want to check it out. Hell yeah. Like, honestly, you don't need anything else but your phone. Like, for the first 6 months, I used my phone and I only made the change because I wanted to learn a new skill.
Right.
Like, yeah.
Nice.
Nice. You honestly don't need one staff, but I'm sure whenever you do make the switch, your videos are going to be that much more amazing.
I can't even really tell the difference. Like, I don't pay attention to it as much as I mean, people think that you will pay attention and you'll know the quality and you won't watch their videos because the quality is bad, but iPhones, like, they're perfect for filming.
I agree. And we're not like beauty gurus. Like, people don't need to see up close on our faces and stuff like
Yeah.
that. Yeah. So I think phones are perfect to film with, and it's easier. Which reminds me, I need to file my taxes. I forgot about that.
I never forget about tax day coming up because that's my birthday. So I'm just like, I always know.
Nice. Do you have any plans for your birthday?
Not really, honestly.
Maybe we can do some reading sprints for your birthday or something.
I would love that. That'd
That
be
would
so
be
fun.
awesome. Yeah.
Birthday reading sprints, I'm down.
Oh.
Mm.
So that was one of the issues that I actually ran into with my camera when I first started using it. I don't have the flip screen either. And I remember one video where I was completely out of focus the entire time. Like, the camera was focused on a plant or something like that.
Oh no.
So what I ended up doing is like adding photos in front of where I was talking. That way it wasn't just like a random plant to the side. But I definitely ran into the problem and I hated it. You don't need anything other than that.
Yeah.
That's smart. I agree.
No, not at all, honestly. Like, I had no idea, and I was so shook when you said that you film on your phone only.
Same, I agree. There's another also like really big booktuber. I forgot her name now. I'm blanking. I'm sorry. It's really late for me. But she started the World Hoppers channel. Why am I blanking on her name? But she also just films on her phone and her quality is amazing. I didn't know that. What's the app? A lot of people film on their on their like laptop cameras and phones. Yes. I love how we're just like pushing you to do things on your birthday. Like, hey, you should do reading sprints on your birthday. You're like, okay.
I don't even know what day of the week it's on.
You committed already.
I've committed. There's a sign up. There's a sign up sheet.
Good night.
Good night.
Yes, Elliot Brooks. Thank you. I'm so sorry.
Okay.
I don't know why I blanked on her name. I was like, I know her. Alrighty. Oh, so it's on a Thursday.
Nice.
You ready?
Thursdays are great days for sprints.
I agree. It's like the perfect day. I'm on those.
I'll make my list.
Very popular. All right, you ready for the last sprint?
Yes.
Alrighty.
Another 40-minute?
Do you want it shorter?
Do you want to do 45 minutes?
Yeah, we can do longer. I'm down to do like 50.
What do people in the chat want? What do you guys want us to do?
We have 3 options, 50, 50, or 50. Just kidding. What do y'all prefer? Bye, Greg. Good night.
Okay, long 40 minutes. $45 minutes.
I think 45 sounds good.
Okay, let's do 45.
Yeah. Some people said 50, some people said 45. So let's meet in the middle for 45.
Yes, that sounds good to me.
Alrighty. Hey there.
Hi.
How did your reading go?
Good. I am on page 173 now, so I read about 51 pages.
Nice. I'm overall on page 116.
Nice.
Yeah. Wow, I'm so sleepy. You look so bright and awake too.
Yeah. It's like 12:30 in the morning.
You're like, I'm just getting started.
Yeah, I'll probably finish this book tonight so then I can really start in on my backlist readathon books tomorrow.
What books do you have planned for that?
It's kind of a secret, but not a secret. Because I talked about it on the live yesterday on
Mhm.
Deja's channel. But basically, I'm going to be reading Jacqueline's favorites. So one of the hosts of the Backlist Readathon, I'm going to be reading her favorite books.
Nice.
Because they fit pretty much all the prompts. So
Might as well.
Yeah.
Nice. It looks like a lot of people went to bed. So Kirsten left. Good night. Thanks for joining. Thank you for joining if you're going to sleep. Thank you for being on and coming on and doing these sprints with me. It was really fun. I think these are the longest sprints I've ever held.
Yay!
We'll have to push it next time.
Yeah. These were super fun. Thank you so much for inviting me.
Yeah, they were really fun. I'm sorry again, I couldn't do them last time because of my internet, but everything seems to be working now. I'm finally out of that.
Yay!
I know.
Fingers crossed
It was
that you're not jinxing it.
knock on wood. All right, so I guess we will end the live here. But let me go over these comments really quickly. Thank you. Good night.
Bye.
Thank you, Lyra. Yes. Whoa, that's long. Thanks, Armaine. Thank you, everybody. Good night.
Good night.